Oh, well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this extra stream just to chat in English and I guess practice. I don't. No, I think I do. I did. I did speak English maybe once or twice since we last had this opportunity to chat, and well. That's clearly not enough, and I don't think I'm not sure if you have an opportunity to practice your spoken English very often. I wouldn't imagine you do, but hell, maybe you do, but I don't, and I feel myself degrading for the better, as my old buddy used to say. I liked Train Valley 2 better. I bought Train Valley 1 and did everything in it just because Train Valley 2 was so great, and I wanted more. So after I've earned all the trophies in this game, I'm now using workshop levels just to extend the playtime some more. So maybe that's what I'll do right now. This is the game I use to chill and just listen to YouTube. So Can we talk Ukrainian next time? Nope. I mean, I've tried. Each time I saw anything Ukrainian in that's not how I should have started. In the magazines I read, and each time I tried it was cringe. I mean, I know it was cringe. Because even if you know the theory, you don't always nail the practice. And it's quite obvious with English, where I have a lot of practice in reading and listening and even sometimes writing in English, but not speaking, and I'm degrading for the better, right? But I have some idea, let's say, some idea how to like read German and Spanish, and I fail too often, way too often, even having some idea how to do that. Just well, I think to speak properly you have to have some I don't know, innate, instinctive understanding of how it works, so that you can process words on the fly, and so that you can well, yeah. Speaking means producing your sentences on the fly, and when you don't have the time to think how exactly this or that word should sound. And I most certainly can't think in Ukrainian. In fact, I know even less Ukrainian than, I don't know, German or Spanish, I think. Was that body Salon? Yes, of course. The Salon. You are absolutely correct. I'm proud that you remember his amazing quotes. All my FF14 statics are English speaking, natural, and I rarely visit Russian internet, so I feel like I'm using English far more often than Russian nowadays. Well, yeah, but that's only if you use Discord to communicate, not only to listen, but to communicate as well. My English sounds pretty good. Well, you know what? When I've spent like several years in the internet in the early 2000s, and when I was mostly using English back then, and when I tried recording my voice, well, I was told I have an accent, you know, very pronounced one. And back then I thought I was good. And now, after, I don't know, 15 years of being outside of all that, I think my English has become very rusty, and I'm always very sad about that, but I have no idea where I can like possibly get to practice, because I have no English audience, and without an audience I will not lift a finger. Anyway, games. Yesterday I started to play PSP port of Persona 2 Innocent Sin. Oh yeah, wanted to do that for a long time. You know, I thought I would spend my winter holidays doing something productive, but I haven't even finished Cyberpunk 2077. I haven't started anything, I haven't finished anything. Well, I guess I've written a couple of texts, but... So, Persona 2 Innocent Sin is janky as fuck. I need to push 3 buttons just to do a basic attack. Well, those are 90s. I'm kinda prepared, but... Okay. So, Goof has worked in a hotel for 2 years. Yeah, that's great. And Webele has lots of English-speaking colleagues. Yeah. I've tried to include a clip where he read Stranager in Ukrainian, but he dropped the video immediately. What did I... Oh. So, yeah, anyway, please don't look that up. I cannot into Ukrainian. Once again, well, if I had to relocate to Ukraine, I think I would, you know, get a lot of practice, and it will eventually, would have eventually gotten better. Come to think about it, last time I flexed my language muscles was like 2 or 3 years ago for an interview with a comic book artist in Comic Con Russia. Yeah, well, same for me. I mean, the only time I have any need of my English, spoken English, is when I have to do an interview of sorts. So what's with this level? What the fuck? I just don't have any money to just connect the first starting town with any resource. This looks bad. Maybe this is just a prototype level and unfinished. Ah, no. I get it. Here we go. Persona 2 Innocent Sin is the best in the series. Yeah, heard that a lot. Well, hello. Why Dorsey banned Trump? No stupid questions. Liberals hate slow first speech. Yeah. Seems you have troubles with English too. Well, yeah, I know, we all do. So anyway, I think he banned him because Trump won't be president anymore. Now that Trump has no power, they can do anything, and I wouldn't call them liberals, just since they have betrayed all the liberal values, you know. Judge them not by how they identify themselves as, but by how they actually behave, by what they do. I would say. And what they do is censorship, and yeah, that's basically against free speech and everything they claim to be for. So yeah, the easy answer is Dorsey is a horrible person and Twitter is a horrible company, and so-called progressives are well, hypocrites who are actually against freedom of speech. And we have no alternative, because whenever an alternative comes into existence, they do their best to erase it. My English is degraded by lots of conversations with my colleagues who has no native English. Oh, yeah, you know, I can't even imagine, honestly. I can't possibly imagine how, my God, that must be horrible. You know, you know, when your English isn't that great and then you're communicating with like Indian people, and then you, even if you didn't want to mimic them, you probably would. Ooh, that's just that sounds terrible. Feels weird to think about abstract things in Russian. I see. So yeah, when I caught myself thinking in English, I noticed my Russian vocabulary started to degrade a little. Yeah, that's happened to me a lot back in 2000s. I mean, people often make fun of bilinguals, like you know, people who just insert random English phrases mid-sentence, and I used to be like that because the right words came to me in English faster than I could find them in Russian. That happened to me. Doesn't happen anymore, but yeah. So, Persona 2, heard that PSP version has a dumbed down difficulty. Well, that sounds like a great thing to have for a game which wasn't hard in the first place. And I would find that rather hard to believe because, well, it's 90s and it's not called Final Fantasy. Why wouldn't it be hard? Seems like a simulator of logistics. Yeah, I fucking love logistics. I want to play the shit out of logistics. Ironically, the game that I think is literally called like logistics or logistical or something like that turned out to be incredibly boring. But this one I can't get enough of this. So, oh my God, I just don't have the money to do that. Sad. Well, I guess that one's wasted. Anyway, Eternal Punishment should be much harder. Oh well. About productivity, played Streets of Rage 4 and Hades all vacation. Feeling good? Well, yeah, I guess I played them before, so yeah, that panorama piece about Hamak was just pure gold. I mean, even they had enough of him. Imagine that. Silicon Valley companies left so much, their stack overflowed and they became fascists. Oh, wow. No, that's a great explanation if I run on. Because, you know, well, I mean, people always scream fascism at like everything they don't like. But if we go down to the roots of the term and the ideology of Benito Mussolini, well, I think we'll find that the most distinguished, like the number one most important thing about fascism is that it's about togetherness, it's about sameness. It's like you have to say yes, see, right? So in fascism, everyone has to think the same. That is basically the motto. Everything else comes second, I believe. And I think Umberto Eco had a piece on that, and I'm not sure whether this was his number one, but I believe he would at least somewhat agree, and he's an expert. So just by eliminating all opposing ideologies, I do believe that big tech companies do lean fascist. Yes. How often am I using translate? Only when I'm trying to translate quotes, and I'm not sure which synonym would be best. So I bring up Google Translate and I just run a word through it to see what they will offer. And I do realize that it's not really the best choice for translation. I believe there are much better tools for that, but I don't know, Google Translate just happens to be the first one I use. My English editor praised my English writing, but I do still have some problems with the articles. Oh my god, what article? What the fuck? A and the, right? Right, okay. And I think those never actually go away entirely if you're not a native speaker. Not sure. I think the tenses are quite horrible in English, and I'm not sure. Maybe idioms. Maybe idioms are just as hard. Next step in improving English is speaking a bit faster. Too relaxed right now. To speak a bit faster, I would need a topic, you know? I would go fast if I could concoct some sort of internal monologue. But right now I'm just reacting, and my reactions are short, and I see no reason to speed them up. Not my pog. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Reverse the context is good. Yeah. I think that one's good, but it's like, you know, it's better, but then you just force of habit. The force of habit compels you to use Google Translate, and what a horrible Yabalo they're offering again for POG. Yeah. daily horrible Yubalo we'll be having right now. Alrighty, so I can finally deliver 20 pieces of uranium to the starting city and make like 40k, and use that 40k to just to do something more productive. Here we go. Would you like this feasting emoji? No. The only Twitch emoji I approve of is Total Biscuit. That dude was great. Yeah. I totally missed this. That's not how you fucking mother. Yeah. See, this is why I hate isometric perspective. You're always missing something out when you look at everything from an angle. I just blew up my train and kind of fucked up this entire operation. Oh well, I'll just keep going. It's not like I'm going for record or something. So Google Translate is useless for Czech. Well, alrighty. What's that movie near the Monokuma toy? Oh, that's 12 Monkeys. One of Brad Pitt's greatest early performances, and also Terry Gilliam classic. I would really recommend it. I plan to rewatch it. I think I've watched it only once. Never watched it on Blu-ray since buying it like 15 years ago, don't know. So yeah, I did bring out some great movies from the closet. Yeah, good point. Using translate is a good thing because it gives you context, more context. You can know some meanings, but there are probably more meanings that you are not aware of, and the more info you have, the better understanding of the entire picture you get. So yeah, and also getting word usage in a sentence is pretty good. Yeah, thank you. What is my favorite emoji? Well, since I'm a boomer, I like the awesome face. Well, I actually do have awesome face with a top hat and a monocle in Steam. I've had it for ages, maybe since the very beginning, not sure. When there will be moral dilemmas in this game? Well, there are always dilemmas, like which goods are you going to deliver first? You can always imagine some poor kids starving because of the choices you make, so why not? Why not do just that? Wait, aren't you a millennial? Yeah, but millennials are so old right now that we are basically boomers to the to Generation Z, and well, just generally, I suppose. Did you just disavow your own comment? That's rich. Boom. Yeah, that was a bad idea. I should probably pick another level. I've played like a ton of them. I like. It's hard to find something I haven't yet played in this game, and they're all workshop levels. So I don't know. Australia. Okay. So, what else is new? Trump is banned, and today started to speak English to let him know that Russia supports him. No, not really. I don't really think that he needs our support, and he didn't do enough to get that support too. So I'm really not a fan of the way Trump exits the office. If he did the things he was asked to do by his supporters, first and foremost, he would be remembered as a great president who was met with staunch resistance, but with lies and with all that fake news stuff. But he prevailed and did the right things. But well, he didn't do enough right things. So sad, as he would say. While we're here, what video game has the most difficult English? Final Fantasy 14. I mean, 12 isn't easy, but 14 takes the cake. It has, first of all, it has the most text of probably any game I've played. I know, like, Planescape Torment is long and it isn't easy. Oh my fucking god, Disco Elysium, just oof. Disco Elysium just insanely hard too. But I would say Final Fantasy 14 just because of how much is in there and how many opportunities the writers use to spice up their text. But MMOs aside, I would say Disco Elysium. It's probably the hardest the hardest game to understand without knowing English incredibly well. I think Final Fantasy 12 is a good game to start expanding your horizons in terms of in like, if you think your English is good, yeah, well, try Final Fantasy 12, see how that goes for you. Fucking cows, where are the fucking cows? Oh my god. Guys, is Wargroove okay? Why is everyone asking about Wargroove? Did something happen? I mean, I've played it 2 years ago and I've actually wrote about it. And I figured nobody cared back then, but for some reason people started to care now, and I have no idea why would you. So I believe Wargroove is a semi-decent Advance Wars clone. I don't like it. I think its maps are way too huge. I think its character design is awful. I think its scenario is cringe. I think What else? Yeah, well, usability is not what I would expect, and what I mean is user interface and just basic commodities that were in Advance Wars just aren't there. And yeah, playing it is just too exhausting, too much hassle, I would say. So I think I've reached C battles in Wargroove before I rage quit. I wasn't having fun before, and yeah, when it came to the sea battles where units have absolutely like impossible movement ranges and attack ranges, and it's just, yeah, just playing it became too much work for me. I would not recommend it. So again, Advance Wars were great. If you haven't played through the first 3 Advance Wars games, well, you have that ahead of you. Why would you want anything else? Any customs clearing in this game? Yeah, there are customs, and I absolutely hate them, because as you can see, trains move in real time, and if you aren't quite particular with your timing, for customs, you have to drive a particular train into a particular receptacle. Let's put it that way. For it to raise, oh my fucking god, I have no idea how to say that in English. Shit. Well, the German word would be Schlagbaum, I would think, but guardrails, are they called guardrails, or are guardrails something else? Fuck me. I just realized I have no idea what that is. So basically, yeah, you drive in something they require, they raise their border, and so you can just drive right in. But if you aren't particular with your timing, the rail just comes down on top of your train and it blows up and you feel horrible, and so that's why I don't like customs in this game. But yeah, they are in. A lot of people who make custom levels for it are fond of customs, but yeah, I'm not. I felt like 14 was easier than 12. A lot of it is. The problem is there's so much of 14 that some of it would be, well, a lot of it is easier and some of it is probably harder. I mean, just trying to parse whatever the pirates are saying is a challenge in and of itself. Alexander O. Smith's translation always seemed way harder to me, but 14th translator did a good... Yeah. I felt that finally someone could actually be compared to Smith in terms of, you know, broadening my vocabulary, because before I went into 14 and Disco Elysium, pretty much the only person who I felt was giving me English lessons, so to say, was Alexander O. Smith. And well, I mean, Matsuno did do a couple of games with Smith in in 2010s. It was Tactic Soger and Crimson Shroud, but they were... Crimson Shroud was just far too small of a game. No, I don't know the Old English, and I won't even try to speak it because I don't know it, but I would assume that people who try to speak in Old English are bastardizing it pretty much the same way as I do when I try to speak Ukrainian. It's like the letters are the same, but I would think the words are used quite differently. Tried to watch 12 Monkeys for the first time recently and felt like it has been referenced and quoted way too much in popular culture and other movies for me to find it enjoyable. I would be amazed if it would be so, but hell, yeah, I guess it would be great. But yeah. Do you sometimes think in English? Sometimes I do. Yeah, sometimes I like to practice my English giving inner monologues, because, well, I love English. I would enjoy speaking it to some audience if if I had one, and unfortunately I don't, but yeah. So let's do this. And yeah, I think in English, and well, I'm keeping a track of American politics, so it feels natural that thinking about English-speaking countries, you would just you would think in English too. Disco Elysium puts a lot of non-English words in amounts of characters just for the flavor. Yeah, I suppose, but D has a pretty manageable English. The problem is the game is written not only in English. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that it is a problem. I mean, the French in Disco Elysium is just, as you've said, it's there just for flavor. So I don't know French, and I never had any issue with it in Disco Elysium. Not that I had any issue with English, but I did feel like it certainly did feel like that game was quite, what's the word, verbose? Maybe that. Fucking hell! No way! Fuck. Yeah, I forgot to do that. That is wrong. I've missed my 5 stars. Oh well. Should have switched this one. Disco Elysium doesn't necessarily have the most difficult English technically, but you needed to be in the know of many things culturally and idiomatically. 12 and 14 are more flowery and bookish, while Disco Elysium is deeper and requires understanding of more stuff. Yeah, you know, bookish. Bookish is a fine word, because in Final Fantasy 12 you have normal English, and then you have, well, what's the word? Maybe a bit an attempt to recreate, let's say, Shakespearean. In Final Fantasy Tactics, it's practically entirely Shakespearean. But in 14 you have both that and pleb speak. Let's put it that way. Plebs in 12 speak normal English. Plebs in 14 and in Disco Elysium speak like plebs, and you wouldn't understand it if a British pleb prole would talk to you. You probably wouldn't understand half of it. And I think Disco Elysium recreates that with some characters where appropriate. And yeah, 14 recreates that again with some characters when appropriate. And I think that's pretty rad. Customs is tamožня, yes. Train gates, nah. Ticket barrier, but it's not ticket if we're talking about, well, you know, we aren't doing passengers here. This is all Fracht specifically. Don't English use Schlagbaum? No, they wouldn't. The Brits would never. Well, yeah, I mean they use the word Schadenfreude, but Schlagbaum is barrier or gate. Fucking hell! I thought there was some sort of specific word for it, and there isn't. They just used barrier. My fucking god, barrier. Here I thought I sucked. And then it turns out they just go the easiest fucking way. All right, so where are we? For this month in Humble Monthly, we have Pathologic 2. You know, we should have some sort of joke for it, because you know how they had in the title of Naked Gun movies something like 2 1/3? Well, I think Pathologic 2 should be called something like that, because oh, why, thank you. It's not the entirety of Pathologic 2, is it? Sometimes I felt like some of Shadowbringers characters. Yeah, no. Again, most characters, most normal characters in FF14 speak normal English, modern English, yes. But sometimes they just go out of their way to portray someone like, yeah, rogues. Now their English is just, yeah, you know whose English was actually pretty hard for me? Pratchett's, because he often wrote about, again, the plebs. I can't exactly pick the better word for them, but yeah, and they spoke like, holy crap, they spoke like plebs. I had to learn a lot of words just to read Pratchett. FF14 translators are really underappreciated. Yeah. I mean, I would say that they are co-authors, and I would probably call Smith co-author of Matsuno's games, because I don't know, it really does feel like the Japanese language lacks the opportunity to be as eloquent and well as English can. I don't know, I'm not an expert in Japanese, but it often feels that way. That's all I can say. It feels like
Your English is more cringy worthy than the Guinness, but yeah, more nyan. Keep up, I love you.
Oh my God. You see, cringy worthy, they say. Well, thank you, but comparison to Dugin is just it's hitting below the belt. I'm really not happy about it. I mean, why would you even watch Dugin to begin with? Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, chat is too fast. Let me Nani kore? Let me just catch up to you. Yeah, okay. Chav. Oh yeah, chav English. Chav sounds like Chad, so I wouldn't really use that. For a second I thought it would be a cool idea to invite some actual English speakers here, but I'm afraid we might get political real fast. Yeah, I'm afraid so too. But I mean, what else would you talk about with random people you don't know today? I mean, it's like it's a meme that politics are the default theme for a table talk, but I mean, today you big tech censorship and and generally American politics is just topic number one in the world. It's unescapable. So yeah, it would probably be not okay. If Final Fantasy 12 and 14 is more bookish, then Disco Elysium is more tweetish. Oh my God. Well, that's an interesting analogy. Diddy, can you please give a brief opinion concerning tyranny? Well, I think I did do that a lot of times, but I surely can do it again. Wait.
Tiddy, let us make this better. What about you play games with polish and comment in English? We will improve.
I think I kind of broke at the word polish. Sounds like Polish police. Anyway, tyranny. So, as you may know, I really don't like Western RPGs, and I really dislike isometric games. I mean, I've just this is my most played games in the last year, and I think this perspective. Well, I just fucked up my entire run because I couldn't see this fucking thing because of this fucking perspective. Yeah, okay. So anyway, so I don't. So I. You can say that I'm biased against it, but But I think tyranny is one of the. So yeah, if you should play any isometric RPG, I think tyranny is a really good choice. I think it has a great intro that really sucks you in. So what's good about Western RPGs? Let's start with that. They usually try to give the player some semblance of choice, which also implies authority. And tyranny is exactly about that. You are a person of authority and you make choices all the time. And your choices do matter, and the premise, the setting is pretty interesting. It's not just, you know, your default heroic fantasy. It's not really heroic because, well, as the name implies, the game is all about a continent that has been completely dominated by some emperor who you never even see. Everyone lives under his tyranny, and no one can pretty much do anything about it because he's just that powerful. And you are just one of his executives. But you find a way to gain more power to yourself, and you learn more about the region you were assigned to. You learn more about the factions in there, and you can practically play any way you want, which is quite good. So yeah, I think when I spoke about it, last time I was criticized for not playing through it like 3 times because I was told that I've only finished it once, and so I've only seen basically just like 1/3 of the game. So I was told. So make of that what you will. I do recommend it. I think that. It is one of the best games of that particular genre. Don't you hate it how English people say the word genre? All right, sorry. Let me catch up to you. Thomas the Engine. Did you watch Sweat of Cards debate today? Nope, I've slept until the evening, and then I just had a little business. I went on radio today as an expert to talk about video games, and then I had breakfast at 7 p.m. and here I am. So I just didn't have the time to. The thing that bothers me with English the most is that it doesn't have the specific word for kolbasa. It's all different kind of sausages. Yeah, well, I think it's just, yeah, it says kilbasa, and I don't think most English people even know that word. Shakespearean is considered as pretty modern in terms of English historiography. Well, of course, you can, if you compare it to like 10th century English, it would be modern, but still. Catching up. Oh my god, you people watch Dugan. Why? Defund the Polish. Haven't you played some games with Polish localization before? Well, I've played Overwatch with Polish voiceovers for a while. I loved it. Gin. That's just mwah. Well, I've also played The Witcher 3 with Polish voices, but I didn't finish it. I was good enough for like 10 hours of it. So, one of the most memorable quotes forever etched in my mind is "My life is not for your taking" by Siegfried, because back then I didn't know you could say that phrase the way it's structured, "for your taking." Yeah, but if you read Shakespeare, the structures are gonna blow your fucking mind. I mean, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. Holy shit, you have to parse that for a while. It's not something that you hear it and yeah, well, I think I know those words, but what the fuck? Yeah, the structure. And I'm not sure that, Japanese can do wonders with their sentence structure. I'm not sure about that. I think they probably don't. Temporal distortion or flower flavor? Well, how about absolute apathy? That's my new one.
You watch the game it is important to listen to the other side. BTW хуй.
Oh my god, that punchline! I wasn't expecting that punchline. But okay. Oh my god, how could you become an expert? That's a great question. Kill basa. Now that's a word. So, Dugin is an underdog since he was banned from Google services. Well, guess who else was banned from Google services? Yeah, right. No need to joke about that. Two loves I have of comfort and despair, with which like two spirits do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman colored ill. What the? Yeah. So that's the problem with Shakespeare. When you say Shakespeare, it just means something that should be translated from English to English. Something that is probably useless without an interpreter, because yeah, it's just it is pretty overwhelming. Hey, what exactly did you expert about? Well, they were wondering why the fuck would anyone buy and play dandy games today? Well, I went and told them, like, dudes, like, everyone does it. Did you know that NES Mini and SNES Mini, like, were bought 10 million times just in the first couple years since their release? So yeah, I told them that nostalgia is a great thing, and that it's no wonder. Something like that. Some rise by sin and some by virtue fall. Some run from breaks of ice and answer none, and some condemned for a fault alone. Yeah, that. Can you read this Svirajedium? Well, I tried, but I'm not sure if that is even the right Virajenia, because maybe context would help, and probably it probably wouldn't. Yeah, let me upgrade all my trains, and
You are best, senpai. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half-suck a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear: my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing besides remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away." Я, кстати, стыдно должно быть, да, блядь, стыдно должно быть. So yeah. What I was about to say is, I suddenly felt such a fit of shame that I have no idea who wrote that. I've switched to Russian for a moment because shame is so visceral, so intuitive, that my first reaction to that shame was to, well, admit it. Without thinking, without even pausing to switch to English, yeah, Oh, what is my favorite quote from Final Fantasy games? Oh fuck, I will need to think for a while. Well, anyway, in any likelihood, it's probably from Tactics 12 or 14, because every other game is just too normal, too boring. I like returning to more plain games like NES era. Feels very refreshing after modern shit with endless leveling, upgrade, experience points. Yes, but, and this is what I've been saying, like, for the last 10 years. Modern indie games okay, the best indie games. I do understand that there's a vast sea of them, and it's made of buffalo diarrhea, right? But if you take the best NES games and you compare them to modern indie games, practically every time they will be better. Shovel Knight is better than DuckTales. I don't know. What's that word? Like Sonic Mania is better than pretty much any other Sonic game. And people who love Hollow Knight could probably compare it to something ancient and just go, yeah. So personally, I can't find any justification for people to be playing NES games, because when they are called outdated, it's not just because the graphics suck, like, you know, or that the problem isn't their age, it's their design. But yeah, I mean, retro style games are very okay. Jeez, I've made 5 more cows than I needed. Whatever. So, Percy Shelley is the author. Wow, okay. This was wrong too. It's worth noting that Shakespeare's plays were not intended for elites, but for common people of that time. Well, to be honest, I find it weird, to say the very least, that things. I mean, the bloody language is very, very hard to read. I cannot imagine myself a commoner who would thank you. But yeah, it's hard for me to imagine a commoner who would appreciate Shakespeare. I mean, our version of the let's how should I put it? Our great writer who basically invented modern Russian, the great Alexander Sergeyevich, well, his Russian was beyond simple. And I can't say the same about Shakespeare. And besides, like, would common people really visit theaters? That's something that also irks me. Like, wouldn't it be something for the elites just because of the huge price such productions would incur? Try reading Poe's The Raven for our amusement. That's the one where he shouts nevermore, right? Okay, I've wasted a lot of time. I should have prepared this call beforehand. But oh well, oh well. Sonic Mania has a lot of crap. Boss fights are basically shite. I don't really remember being irked by boss fights. I hated the bonus levels, but then again, I hated bonus levels in every Sonic game, so... Tell the soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aiden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, quoth the raven, nevermore. I like Sonic 3, it's not worse than Mania in anything. Well... But okay, but Sonic 1 is, Sonic 3D is, any 3D Sonic or Advance or anything. Like, yeah, okay, Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles are surprisingly good, but still, most games are worse. So. Yeah, so basically I just made that stupid mistake of not seeing where the switch was turned, but generally okay. Mania has nothing new to provide comparing with Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Yeah, well, technically yeah, but I think it has good level design, which is rare in Sonic games. If you look at Sonic 1, it's horrible. If you look at advanced games, each has a flaw like this big. Even if they have something decent in them, they are still incredibly flawed. And Mania is better. And again, with Shovel Knight is better than, I would say it's probably better than almost any NES platformer. And I don't like Hollow Knight. I do realize that I'm a minority here, but I think Hollow Knight is much more Dark Souls than it is Metroidvania, and I hate it. I'm sick and tired of Dark Souls. What I like Metroidvanias for is flow. Generally, the Metroidvania games I enjoyed were not terribly hard. Hollow Knight is, because it is a Dark Souls clone in its heart. So yeah, I'm not into GBA era Castlevania games, but I've played them for a bit on streams, and I thought they were pretty okay. And I think Hollow Knight, I don't know. I don't know if I can ever appreciate it.
Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу. Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана Балтьер ебет в. Схопу Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана Балтьер ебет весхопу Ваана.
Nevermore. So Van is probably the worst Final Fantasy protag. I beg to differ. First of all, Van is not a protagonist. If you look up the definition of protagonist, you'll see that Balthier is much more of a protagonist, just as he himself says. Also, Van is he's basically a POV character for plebs, like the players, to empathize with. So that's his role. He's not really a protagonist because he does nothing important in the story whatsoever. And even if he was, he wouldn't be the worst, because Final Fantasy series is not exactly known for its great protagonists. I mean, there are decent ones, sure. But, I mean, can you truly say that Van is much worse than, say, Lightning? Or pretty much like anyone from the first 5 games? I don't think you can. Yeah, Princess Ash is the protagonist of Final Fantasy XII, unironically. Yes, she is. She is the most important character of the story, and everything depends on the choices she makes. So, there's that. Penelo, now Penelo is... I don't know, just useless waifu bait, I suppose. Please say something about Toriyama and Tabata in English. Well, good, okay. Hajime Tabata was praised as the savior of Final Fantasy, and where is he now? The answer is no one gives a shit, and no one should give a shit about him because, well, he's a useless piece of shit who hasn't created a single decent game in his entire career. He's making some... What was it? An RPG about... Special Olympics or some such. I don't know. He is a joke. His career is a joke, and as for Motomo Toriyama, well, he currently has a redemption arc in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I mean, it's the first thing that he has touched that he hasn't turned to shit. Like the first thing in almost 20 years. So maybe we should give him some appreciation for a while, you know, at least until his next misstep. This is 18 and 3 and 6. 18 and 6 will be 24. Good. I'm all set. Now it's time to upgrade my trains. Realize that people will always consider Chrono Cross Tabata's product a good game. Yes, I'm not delusional, you know. I perfectly realize that, and I mean, I wouldn't be so cross if I could just ignore the damage Tabata had done to the series, to the Final Fantasy brand, to its name, and all that. No. I'm pissed off for a reason. Since we're all at it, I can't believe I care about Final Fantasy again now that the next mainline game is being made by good guys. Good guys is a... That's good. Toriyama is not eligible for redemption. I'm not saying his redemption arc is gonna end well. I'm just saying that we shouldn't, how should I put it, jinx him. Do you think Toriyama will work on something significant again? I am pretty sure he is going to be one of the key persons behind the next part of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So, considering the parts of Remake 1 that he was responsible for were actually quite good, and I don't say this lightly. Considering that, I am willing to give him a chance at this redemption arc. I don't want to jinx him. I realize that he is an absolutely terrible director with terrible fetishes and all that, but I want Final Fantasy Remake 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake 2 to be a good game, and so I am willing to wait and hope for the best.
Ёбаный рот, я это бо казино. Cheese for sobriety TD moment.
Thank you. Sobriety is, well, you know, it's not that hard. I haven't touched a bottle yesterday until you started showing me like the ultimate cringe in the universe that has accumulated in my Twitch clips throughout the entire year. So sobriety is all right. It's time to talk about Bevde and space. Come. Maybe it isn't. How about no? You will regret your no. What do you mean regret my words? It's not like I promote him to be like one of the key persons behind the remake. It's not like I encourage Square Enix to pick him as one of the, again, key people there. It's just the fact that he is, and since he is, I can at least hope that he doesn't fuck it up. So there is nothing to regret. Fermented cabbage. People are discussing whether it's pickled cabbage or fermented cabbage, and I'm not really sure. For some reason, I always thought that fermented things were, were treated a bit differently with some sort of ferment, while I'm not sure if things like salt are even considered to be ferments. I would think not. But then again, not an expert. What? Zulin was ruminating on the same? What is a ferment? What is a ferment? A little miserable pile of chemistry. Whoa. Something interesting is happening. Huh? I'll just do it. Oh, okay. I'm having a flashback. Pickled. Fermented is a nice way to say rotten. Yeah, actually. It's a realization that many people probably don't have, but then again probably should. That shit, wait. Oh yeah, right. That most things that we consume are either stuffed with preservatives or are actually what's the word? Spoiled? I think the word is spoiled. And anything fermented, fermented, fucking hell, is practically spoiled just with the right bacteria. So unless it's stuffed with like salt, which prevents, I think, being spoiled, then it's likely to be just done. Yeah, basically, anything fermented is, I believe, means consisting of bacteria's excrements. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a culinarian here by any means, but fermentation does mean being processed by bacteria, does it not? And as such, which Russian funny guy was it who claimed very loudly that don't drink alcohol because it's just the bacterial poop? That was funny, but I guess it's funny because it's true, is it not? Yeah, so is so basically anything, and I have no idea how to say it. Dairy products, right? But I'm not sure if all dairy products are what Russians call кисломолочные. Then again, what's not? Well, yeah, pretty much every dairy product is just bacteria poop. Alcohol is bacteria poop, and yeah, a lot of stuff, and when you realize that, maybe you start being less. Oh my God, what's the word? No, I can't really find the right word, and I don't want to go to Google Translate, but fuck it, I will, just for this time. Squeamish? Holy fucking hell, yeah, that's not a word you see every day, so I don't feel much shame realizing that I haven't really heard the word squeamish that much. Yeah, well, picky is sounds like a snob. A snob is picky, but so yeah, I mean, a default reaction of someone's probably like, ew, like poop, ew. But then you realize that you have been eating what is essentially bacteria poop for ages, and so what? And nobody gives a shit. So So then you realize that everything you eat is essentially broken down into useless stuff, into and also into carbohydrates. Oh my god, I'm really fucking it up here. And fats and proteins. And if you look at it that way, then I guess you can probably eat anything, because who the fuck cares? Today's advocating for eating poop. Well, how should I put it? I think Soviet propaganda and maybe even your parents told you that kefir is good for you, so drink that poop and be healthy. Oh my god, how did we come to this? Ah, right, fermented cabbage. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's not really fermented, because there is no fermentation, because it's just mostly preservatives, like salt or maybe vinegar, something like that. So yeah, maybe it's not that bad. I heard from the kitchen something about кисломолочный, but now that's a poop you discuss? Well, that's the same thing. We're discussing that dairy products are basically bacteria poop. What are your favorite English words? Mine are bellend. Oh my god, that I think I saw that word like twice in my life. The word shite, yeah, the word shite is very funny. I mean, you just add a letter on the end of something that's considered obscene, and all of a sudden you can use it. Oh, and the juxtaposition, yeah, that's great. I think my favorite word, I will probably fuck up the pronunciation, but yeah, the word eloquent is, yeah, I think it sounds nice and all. What am I doing with my life? Okay, no, it's all wrong. This is all wrong. I should have bought the dynamite, but I didn't buy the dynamite, and now I have no money to buy the dynamite. Yeah, it's all pretty terrible. Alrighty, so fermented cabbage. Okay, maybe the best translation would be easily grossed out. Oh yeah, easily grossed out is the best translation, but it's not the shortest one, I suppose. I figured that if we have a single word in Russian to describe that, then a single word in English would be best to describe that. But suppose not. Okay, let's see what else. All the English words for брезгливый are very Shakespearean. Yeah, I figured. Those are the words that require additional translation for English speakers, I would assume, because yeah, for all the time I've spent reading English texts and listening to English speakers, I do believe I heard that word for a whooping lot of 2 times. So you don't like the pronunciation of genre, but you do like shite. Well, yeah, because genre doesn't sound like an English word, while shite sounds precisely like an English person would say. Oi, mate, what's that shite you got there? Genre is something a Frenchman would say, and I suppose I am kinda grossed out by the French. As you should be. Greta Thunberg said that cows are farting. Do you remember this girl? She was the worst news of 2019. Well, no. The worst news of 2019, I mean, in 2019 we had a great round of protests in Russia, and we had a crackdown on them, and we had people who were quite hypocritically criticizing those protests. So yeah, I would say that a certain red-haired person in that regard was worse than Greta Thunberg, and Greta Thunberg can go fuck herself, to be honest. I hope the world forgets about her. Emphasis is off. It's oh my god. Okay. Do you have any... Oh my god, it's not guilty. It's guilty. As in killed, as in piece of clothing. Oh my god, guilty.
You look bitter now, танхер метастасти КСТА, хоть не лосось, хоть не говядина. КСТА.
Thank you anyway. I don't have your dvach and fuck and thank you anyway. Well, yeah. So now that's behind us. Yeah, we can probably build a tunnel here and just start getting those goods where we need them. Goods are probably them. Don't you hate it that in English language some words are plural all the time, or they look plural but are actually singular? The word news should probably not even exist because it's a travesty. The word travesty is a travesty, I think. So okay, next we'll continue. So yeah, guilty pleasure food, so to speak, which is not perceived as a good one, but yet you still love it. Wait, whoa. Pretty much everything I like is not perceived as anything good. I mean, come on, this is cancer. And what do you think this is? Would anyone ever consider this anything good? I unironically like McDonald's, and a lot. So yeah, the answer is a lot, and I'm not guilty about it. Absolutely not. And I mean, you know what? So I love cuisine from around the world, but what I mean, pretty much everything I love from around the world is well described best as fast food. So yeah, so I can go on telling how much I enjoy okonomiyaki. Actually, I have it right here. That was my breakfast. Or I don't know, gyudon, or tonkotsu ramen, and naturally that's just fast food. I mean, it's not some sort of it's not something you get snobbish about. But yeah, I feel absolutely no shame. And then again, like I wouldn't expect anyone to say that hinkali is something like good food. Nah, I would expect it to be considered pleb food, but it's fucking great. So yeah, I do quite enjoy fast food, and wherever it comes from. Burritos, actually, yeah. Maybe we are naturally more easily grossed out than English-speaking people, so we need a word for it. I don't think we are. No, I don't think we are. Whopper and Steakhouse burgers. I am not into Whopper, but I think Steakhouse is the best Burger King can offer. But I also dislike Burger King, not only for their cringy marketing, but also their patties have gotten worse. They were never the best, and they have gotten worse. McDonald's, on the contrary, they do keep their quality stable, so I really appreciate that. And I will never stop mourning the death of Wendy's Russia. Wendy's was, well, again, not maybe not terribly great, but it was certainly unique, and I do enjoy variety in my fast food options. Whew. Why am I racist against the French? You can't be racist against the French. We are people of color. Don't you understand that? Speaking about shite, ours is much more refined than ass. Indeed, indeed. And there's also bollocks. You know, I've been watching. I'm not sure why I happened upon that fact, but someone was interviewing. Oh my god! I think it was Rupert Green, the guy who played Ron Weasley, and they asked, or it was Radcliffe. I'm not sure which one of the two, but they asked him, which is your favorite, like. Word or even swear word, and I don't know, but he replied bollocks. The word bollocks is just so great. I mean, and I went, ah ha ha, he's so British, that's so cute. But yeah, I mean, the word bollocks I think is very funny. And it is truly British. I mean, the Americans aren't really using it. Does Greta like lockdown? I don't know. She's grounded. Nobody would ever ask her. Your English streams have best donations. Yeah, I am surprised, to be honest. And thank you anyway. Russian word riba on the shop doesn't mean there's only a singular riba. Yeah, but it is the same in English. I mean, in a shop you would have fish and meat, basically as general terms and not as plural. The thing is, when... Okay, fuck me. I wanted to say something to contradict that. And then then I heard the in my mind, just it flashed in my mind. That's a lot of fish. And I cringed so hard. I can't. Sorry. I give up. I can't argue about that. Oh my god, why does that movie exist? Holy fucking hell. How am I not dead yet? Well, because I don't know. That's not everything that I eat. Oh, shawarma, actually, yeah, shawarma is pretty cool. I do want to complain that the best shawarma is made from beef, and it is incredibly hard to find in our parts, and I find it sad. Should I go for a kimchi burger? $10. $10. Oh my god. Wait. What is a kimchi burger? I mean, is it like a normal burger, but in addition to all the normal stuff, there is a kimchi dressing, or is the patty made of kimchi? That sounds wrong, but I've seen too many wrong things in my life, and and now I'm used to expecting the worst. I haven't practiced English since like April. It's hard to remember how to say literally anything. Yeah, I feel ya. Okay. Everything is guilty pleasure if you feel guilty about anything. Yep, sounds about right.
TD shows you love, please.
Not with that name! I mean, I would have done something like this, but not with that name, please. Why would you do that? So what else? Hinkari is good, shut your whore mouth. No, well, yeah, but nobody would ever say that there are, what's the word? Delicatessen. So yeah, they are great, but fast food is great. That's the point. There are still no burgers with pork. Actually, you just have to go to McDonald's in the morning. That's I don't know how that works, but yeah, I absolutely fucking love, by the way, their morning menu. The pork burgers are delicious, and I really wish I was able to buy them anytime I want, because because waking up at by the way, waking up early is not really possible for me, but you asked about customs. Yeah, here we go. These customs, well, they require fucking dynamite. I approve of the subliminal message this level gives me. That in order for this piece of shit gate to open, you have to literally deliver dynamite to its back door. How about that? My favorite non-English kind of swearing phrase is "Osly daft cunt." Oh yeah, that's nice, really nice. just additional kimchi inside. Oh, right. Maybe it's not worth it then. Well, anyway, I'm not a fan of kimchi. So out of the you know, out of everything the Koreans eat, I would say that well, they have samgyeopsal, but that's just bacon. So yeah, bacon is good. What is mourning? Well, it's the time when you mourn. Sorry. Morning is somewhere around 10 a.m. Well, it is before 10 a.m. and that is the problem. All right, so we gotta deliver the glass now. There are too many eggs in MC in this time. Yeah, but you can pick burgers without eggs if you wish. There are options. So yeah, one of my favorites is what are they calling it? Oh my god. The word they were using for the morning burgers was just so it's just too weird. So anyway, McMuffin, right? McMuffin. What the fuck is wrong with them? That doesn't look like a muffin. What a clickbait. So anyway, yeah, double McMuffin is very delicious. I do like it with egg, but you can also have it like with cheese if you want, or with bacon. McDonald's has amazing bacon. I really can't overstate this. Their bacon is just great. Oh.
Ну окей, дотрачу мамкині бабки. Вреннаєш на Єрікку, вреннаєш на Єрікку. Вреннаєш на Єрікку, вреннаєш на Єрікку.
This does sound like
вреннаєш на Єрікку. Хуй, 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 хуй.
Something terribly wrong. Something went terribly wrong with this person, and I would almost feel sorry for them, but I don't, because I'm feeling thankful to them. Yeah, thank you. I'll use that dosh to buy myself a I don't know, a McDonald's burger. How about that? Is the word morning actually derived from mourn? I have no idea. I mean, could be, but I've never learned. No way. No. Fuck. Too late. Too late. It goes the wrong way. But okay. I can fix this. I can still fix this. I believe the word morning derives from the word morrow. Yeah, I would think that. And not from the verb to mourn. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Middle English word morven. Oh well. Originally the time just before sunrise. Yeah, I fucking knew it. I went to look in the chat and the fucking dynamite collided with the thing I was building this entire time. I knew it. I knew that nothing ever would go right. That right in the last second before I was supposed to win this, I would overlook something. And I did. Man, this is terrible. Well, fuck it, I'm gonna redo everything from scratch. Alright, whatever. I've already lost. But I'm gonna finish this level anyway. Ah, sad. Bloody dynamite. Bacon is majestic by itself. Try to fry pig. That's some music. Alright, this is kaboom. Right. Well, alright, I'll rebuild this shit again. No biggie. Well, anyway, yeah, I do enjoy talking about food. So, dreadfish, it is great raw, but you can fry it nonetheless. Yeah, actually, I do try to at least sometimes eat some fish. I heard it is healthy, that eating fish is good for you. So while I do occasionally indulge myself with potato crisps, if we're talking English here, oh my god, I generally try to stick to mashed potatoes and well, at least I try to switch things up, to eat fish sometimes, even if it is expensive. It is still, I do believe, good for you. Well, good that I do enjoy some red fish, again, in any way it is presented. So that's that. I hate to eat everything that swims. How interesting. Is that like is that you trying to tell us that you aren't going to eat people? Are we supposed to believe that? Sometimes I buy some bacon just to admire the smell. While I fry it, it's awesome, but after, well, usually not that good. I don't know. I find bacon to be amazing. I mean, Jews really have it hard, don't they? I mean, they don't even know how it feels like to consume delicious bacon. Oh, and you know what's also great? I mean, not always, because you can always fuck anything up, but pork ribs. Pork ribs are just ooh.
3 little nigger boys walking in the zoo, a big bear hug get 1 and 10 were 2.
We do not approve of the message, but we do realize it's Agatha Christie's to blame.
And 10 was 1. One little nigger boy left all alone, he hanged himself and then there were none.
Yeah, well, do we blame Agatha Christie for that, or do we give her a pass because she's a woman? Now that's the question. But we disapprove anyway, right? And thank you anyway. Yeah. I mean, I can't stand the smell of seafood. Yeah, I agree. I do like fish, mostly red, but yeah, for the seafood, yeah, I don't think I enjoy any sort of seafood except for just basic fish. And that's my level. I have failed at absolutely everything. Just as I was about to end the level. Well, anyway. Try to cut. No. We disapprove of cutting pigs. That rhetoric reminds us of Black Lives Matter too much. Disapprove. White women are black men of white people. Sorry, that's too deep for me. I'm not sure I can. Yeah, but anyway. What were we talking about? Ah, right, food. Food is good. Just can you imagine all those people screaming about cultural appropriation and basically denying us our sacred right to eat some delicious burrito and hinkali? I do believe those people are quite horrible. Do you like sushi and rolls? Not really, no. I just don't see it. I don't see what's so good about raw fish. Well, salted red fish may be okay if, I don't know, if presented well. But sushi is just raw fish on rice, and I don't get it, no. And rolls are pretty much the same. Baked rolls are kind of acceptable. I would think that baked rolls are treading on Soviet Nyamka territory quite often. It's not that I don't eat them, actually. I'm okay with that. But then again, maybe it's all a part of this guilty pleasure thing. So, what's the matter with Hinkali? Booze is much better. On Piance or Mando? No, I disagree. Of all dumpling style dishes, I find Hinkali to be the absolute best. And I would probably put pelmeni second. And everything else, I don't know. I've tried I've had numerous attempts. I've made numerous attempts to begin appreciating mantu, but it just didn't work out for me. It never did. I don't know. There was a news article called "Straight Black Men Are the White People of Black." Ah, right. Well, yeah, but I would imagine we don't use that newspeak here, and I would think we are better than that. Vareniki, well, actually, well, maybe there are some sort of specialists, but can you tell me what exactly is the difference between pelmeni and vareniki? Because I have questions, yeah, about that. Biden is killing jobs already. I thought jobs died like 10 years ago. Good question, by the way. What would Jobs do in this sort of climate? Would he become the devil that Cook has become? Well, let's not think too much about it. What is the most expensive meal you ate, you ask? Well, that's tough. I can't remember, to be honest. Again, considering I am not a snob, and I don't really enjoy wasting money just to write about it, just to brag that I did so. I honestly have no recollection of myself having anything terribly expensive. Well, I actually do want to admit the time where I'm generally a Scrooge. That's why I never run out of money. I don't make too much, but I spend much less. So, but there's one time, just one time, when I thought against eating at a place, and then regretted it. It was in San Francisco, and there was this restaurant called The Stinking Rose, and it was called that because every dish in that restaurant was heavily spiced with garlic. And I do enjoy garlic, and I thought that it would be actually an interesting experience to try something out there. But the prices were, well, yeah, a bit too high, like starting from like $30. And I said kinda, $30 for a single dish is kinda, so maybe I shouldn't. And so I didn't, and yeah, that is the only thing I regret not having, even 10 years after that. Please proceed with English streams. It is more comfortable than Russian ones. It is like an artificial language. Artificial language. We used to communicate with school friends. What the hell? Every language is artificial in some way, I suppose. Ordered some gyoza today. Well, it is the same in English because it is a Japanese word, so it is literally gyoza. And you know, our, yeah, actually, yes, you do know the person who really likes to brag about the food he ate, and about going on trips to Japan and spending a lot of money. You all know him. Yeah, the same red-haired one who had the shittiest takes about the opposition marches in 2019. So I believe he said that gyoza in Japan are like are treated pretty much like, you know, pelmeni in Russia. You don't count them one by one. You just dump like 300 grams and eat them all at once. So here we have hand counted gyoza and hand counted hinkali. Yeah. So I suppose we do treat those dishes a bit differently than how they were treated originally, and I don't know, gyoza are okay, but I was never thrilled about having them. So yeah, now about English streams, I don't think that I'll be having them too often, because well, you know, I see the numbers. The numbers on my regular streams are 2 times higher than again. I fucked it up. All right. Fuck me anyway. So yeah, I do understand that some people appreciate the English streams, but not everyone does, and I wouldn't want to exclude people who just aren't that much into it, into English. So yeah, vareniki is with vegetables, you say, but I mean, if you pick any place that serves vareniki, and you will find, I mean serves vareniki in a assortment, you will find that there most certainly will be vareniki with meat. And that's where my question originates from, because if vareniki can be with meat, then what's the point? What's the point of not calling them pelmeni? Gyoza is a fried pelmeni. Not necessarily. Can be steamed, as far as I understand. Can be steamed. Esperanto is definitely an artificial language. Russian, English are not. Okay, okay. What delicious dishes can you cook? I wouldn't know because I don't try. I don't take pleasure in cooking, and as such, I'm rather too lazy. I would prefer to play games and you know, chill and listen to YouTube and all that, instead of spending a lot of time preparing the meal that I can order online. That's my issue with cooking. Five gyoza for 200. You won't find such prices in Moscow, I believe. What a chill meditation. Yeah. I absolutely. I do make mistakes though, and I hate myself for them. But generally, it's just chill. So what else? We are your core audience. You probably wanted to say we donate much. Yes, you do. Well, it's not like I'm against English streams or anything. I do quite enjoy them, but I wouldn't switch to them like permanently. Let's put it this way. So I guess difference between, yeah, so I really wouldn't want excluding people. Sorry, my train exploded because I forgot to fix tracks from the last time I blew a train there. My god, blew up. Whatever. So yeah, I wouldn't want to exclude people who watch my streams regularly, so I probably wouldn't stream in English too often, because, well, English speaking people would never watch my streams, so it's not like I can reach someone new with all this. So what's the point? Recently I ate some food from Yakitoriya, and it was expensive and not tasty at all. Well, that applies, I believe, to most Moscow restaurants. It is really hard to find a place that would actually deliver great taste and oh well. No, as for the food being expensive, not much we can do about it, right? In Moscow, it will always be expensive, almost always. So nothing we can do about it. You can say that your spoken English has definitely improved since your last English stream, but but I find that weird, to be honest, because I've had a whole lot of whipping zero practice since, and I wouldn't expect it to improve. $20, 200 rubles for 5 gyoza in Kazan. Okay. Okay, talking about food, wouldn't have imagined it, but guess we're talking about things everyone is interested in. Now, when I worked at Kanobu, I actually did push for us reviewing food. I think it would be great. I mean, Kanobu was all about, hey, we're not just about games, we're about everything that those pesky young people are interested in. So I said, come on, food reviews. Well, they never did it. And I find it sad because I would love to review like every single product of McDonald's, for example. Unironically, I would wherever I find myself in. When I've lived like 10 years ago, I've lived in the south of Moscow, and I took my bike and I have been to every Georgian cuisine cafe in the radius of like 3 kilometers around my house, and I've tasted Hinkali absolutely everywhere I could possibly reach, and I'm pretty confident I could have written reviews about them. So yeah, that would be fun. I would do that. I do try out everything that is new on McDonald's menu, and not only McDonald's. I do try everything that the fast food industry has to offer, well, except for the stuff I just don't eat, like mushrooms and seafood. Yeah, I do avoid that. So I definitely would have wanted to review some food, but that never happened. Wouldn't happen, but yeah, okay. Let's talk about food games now. Are there any? Well, if there are any, I am not aware of them, and I wouldn't expect them to be decent. Now, let's say you're not trying that hard to sound more English as previously. That's a good thing. Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess. Maybe back then I had absolutely nothing to do, so I just yeah, I just went with trying to sound more English. Yeah, I suppose that did came off as sounding unnatural. Right. Well, all right. I guess that's a good thing. Yeah. As Ren said, anyone who treasures games knows English. Oh my god, that's Ren too. Well, anyway, what stops you from reviewing McDonald's? Well, the thing that I don't really have a platform to do that. I don't think that my Twitter account is any good. I wouldn't want to do that on video on YouTube. I'm not really into that. I do suppose I could, but I mean, doing a decent video would require much more effort than what I'm willing to put in it. That's why I don't do YouTube, by the way. I mean, the regular videos everyone puts out. Recording tons of footage, editing it together, writing a script, doing a voiceover, mixing it all up, and then putting it out is just too much work. It's incredibly taxing, and I would very much prefer to just improvise and do it all live, because I don't know, it is at least 10 times less time consuming. Yeah, and I mean, just doing video game streams for an audience of 100 people and then switching to eating, and I do believe that eating live is cringe. I never eat on my streams. Even when I stream for like 8 hours, 9 hours, like with Fallout, I just don't eat, even if I'm hungry. I think it's just not a good idea to eat while streaming. So maybe I had much less exposure to the language back around that time period. You're closely following the US politics now, and that helps you whether or not you're trying to learn something or not. Maybe. I honestly don't remember the last time we did it. So I have no idea what happened back then. Because otherwise, how could you enjoy Phantasy Star 4? Oh my god, I have no idea. Right. It's like Ren knows English, and that's why he enjoyed Phantasy Star 4. I didn't enjoy Phantasy Star 4. I think it felt terribly obsolete by the time I played it. And it was the time when I have been playing through all the old Final Fantasy games. So what else? Battle Chef Brigade is actually very good. Right, sorry. Okay, Overcooked is great. Overcooked is just very, very good. Next time I will pitch Marukame to others. Next time. It's 2021. We're still in the middle of pandemic. Kind of forgot where in the English keyboard the question mark is. It is right next to the right shift, I believe. And in Russian it is shift 7, right? Okay. Gamer food. Oh my god, gamer food. And it's not receipts, it's recipes. I have found a new recipe. Good evening, everyone. Sweat have just finished streaming, so back to Comfy TD stream. Yeah, I do plan to listen to both Sweat of streams just after finishing this one, which probably would mean that once again I'm not gonna play anything story heavy. Fuck. Oh well. Noodles at Morocco tasted like pure cotton. Shame. Well, I would say that at least their tonkotsu broth is decent. Wouldn't call it good, but it is decent and it is cheap. It is the cheapest way to taste tonkotsu anywhere in Russia, probably. So okay, maybe maybe the I can imagine that in Vladivostok they have like tons of cup noodles, freshly imported, and they are probably cheap. I would imagine that, but I've never been to Vladivostok. I probably will never visit Vladivostok because it's just too far and not much point. If you're going there, you should probably go to Seoul or Tokyo. Isn't there a whole separate category on Twitch for live eating? Well, yeah, but doesn't mean it's not cringe. Oh. Do we need a drunk English stream? No, you don't. I'm not that good with English currently as it is, but as I am. Fucking hell. Even in that Twitch clip, from the time when I was just like called out drunk streaming Siren, I could barely find Russian words to express what I intended. So no, I do believe that if I start drinking, I will forget all the words and I will be making huge pauses, and it won't be fun. Oh, fucking hell, it's the Hyperloop map. I hate those. Wow, this one looks tough. Ah, here is the Hyperloop, and it goes here. All right. So anyway, is Overcooked great in single mode? Nope, no point. Absolutely no point playing it solo. Overcooked is great with 2 people because you can coordinate everything. With 4 people, it is pure chaos. You can coordinate nothing unless you just go in and plan everything throughout the entire level, who does what, and nobody messes it up. That actually sounds like us playing the savage difficulty raids in Final Fantasy XIV, yeah. But it's kind of hard to go into Overcooked thinking like that. So just with 2 players, it's really fun. It's really intense, and I would definitely recommend it. You're actually good enough for native Russian. As someone who works in IT, where everyone needs at least some level of English, trust me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I suppose it's just that for a native Russian is not really a compliment, because fucking god, this is isometric bullshit. Fucking hell, I won't be even able to hit a switch without zooming in. Russians are not known for their English proficiency, so while I thank you for this compliment, I also believe that it's not that big of a deal. Can you leave eating blind? What? I mean, is it okay to not look at the things you consume? That's a weird thing to ask. I generally wouldn't really look at what I eat. I generally would prefer to look at, I don't know, at my screen. I don't find the way food looks to be particularly interesting. So, by the way, I just kind of happens when I found the word kandovi in your last text. Was that an Easter egg? Of course, of course. I would never use that word unironically. So I can build a bridge here and then a tunnel here and then get to the middle. Man, this is weird. Even in Europe, my colleagues said in France people are less English friendly than, say, Germany. Yeah, well, I mean, I can confirm. I've been all around, and seriously, I mean, it pretty much anywhere in the world, people can understand English, except for France. So, feeling absolutely lost and unable to communicate was, I guess, the first time I felt an absolute disdain for the French. What's the English word for kandowi? Ah, now that's a question. A million dollar question, finally asked. All right, so how do I go about this? Probably this bridge, and then no need for a tunnel. We can go around. Good. Still, I need another bridge here to build some planks. Alrighty. Done. Good. Oh, Contexto tells us that the English word for kandowi is actually die hard. Amazing. But nobody really uses die hard as a what's the word, pejorative, while kandowi is definitely never used in any sort of a good connotation. Kandowi means primordial. Oh my god, this is getting better and better. Primordial. I'm losing my shit right now. Okay. Eating blind is more like trying things you have never tasted. That no, because once again I am easily grossed out. I dislike a lot of things, and so I I'm generally not risking it. So that's how it works. So I can only build a bridge here and then a tunnel here, and it will cost me over 100,000, which I don't have. Tough. I'll leave you to play some Persona 5 Royal. Well, I would wish you good luck, but I'm not sure if there is any good luck to be had in that game. Yeah, that Bruce Willis movie, Candoli. So anyway, how long will the stream continue for? I actually have no idea. I just realized it's... Oh, wait. It's not a midnight. It's just 11. I don't know. I can probably go for an hour more if you all enjoy it. I don't really care. I'm chilling. It is, what's the thing? A lampovo. Comfy, I believe, is Russian word for lampovo. Not Russian, but yeah, you get it. English word for Russian lampovo. But if it suddenly turns out that we have nothing to talk about, then we can end it anytime, actually. And that's more likely than you think. I mean, I don't really have any ideas on what to talk about, so... There are two things which I always ask about for now. But I know the... Well, if you know the answer, is there really any point in asking? If you would live in Star Wars universe, not a fan, and have the Force, which side would you go, dark or light? Well, see the... My fucking god, I made a mistake again. Oh, but this level doesn't penalize me. Good. You see, I don't really think that Star Wars has ever been kind to the people who choose dark. I think it has portrayed them as incredibly ugly, cartoonish villains. And I mean, Darth Maul is just basically an imp with horns on his head. It's just and Palpatine and Vader. I mean, they're all some kind of freaks. So just aesthetically, the Star Wars canon demotivates me from picking the dark side. I mean, if you have cookies, but you also wear that fucking bucket on your head, it doesn't even out. So yeah, and the Jedi, they're just terribly boring. So if I was in the Star Wars universe, I would probably feel sad. Yeah. Sand, by the way. Oh, right, sand. Let's go. Jedi, who sees Sith are too extreme? What about Front Mission 3? Yeah, so as I was saying, right? As I was saying, wouldn't it be like great if I spent these holidays doing something productive, like playing new games, right? Wouldn't it be great? Well, turns out I didn't. But what a shame. What a shame. Front Mission 3 is still on the list. I don't know when I'm gonna get to it. Because I also wanna replay Tactics Ogre and Fell Seal, and I want to play Persona 2 now that you've all pushed so hard for it. And what else? Other games I actually want to replay too. So yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea where to just find all the time that I'm going to need. And the motivation too. I mean, just chilling in this nice little train game. It's, I don't know, it's I'm more motivated to chill than not to chill. And I suppose that's the problem too. Imagine being a Star Wars fan after episode 6. Yeah, that's what I would say if I actually did a Star Wars movie marathon, which I will not, because I can't imagine anyone remaining a Star Wars fan after episode 9 and episode 6 and episode 1 and episode 2 and episode 3. Oh shit, and episode 8, of course. Like episode 8 is just it's a turning point, I suppose. So okay, right, cows are ready, jewels are being prepared, and I need chairs. Oh, holy hell, I'm gonna need even more, I suppose. More of that. Anyway, what about the Jeopardy packs? Yeah, great question. I haven't had worked on them either. See, I don't know, it's just all those days just wasted. I suppose that's sad, but that's the truth. I did absolutely nothing. No Star Wars marathon. I mean, I think we all realize that it's dead. It's just dead. So, what do you think about the lack of censorship in the Telegram? Well, that's how it has always been, and that's how it should be. For example, in Belarus, people post personal data of individual police officers and nobody bans that there. And they shouldn't, I suppose, because, well, yeah, I don't think they should. Because we can all see what censorship leads to. If you start banning people for some questionable things, you are not likely to stop. And then you ban the sitting president of the United States of America. All right, I'm almost ready to finish the level. What are they? What do I have to do? Don't build more than. I can do that. Earn at least. And oh shit, I probably won't be able to earn enough money if I just roll with whatever I have. So I guess I'm going to need to send some more trains, even though I don't particularly need that, just to earn that money. All right, go. We need you here, and then almost everything will be set. So, Assassin's Creed Y1 is a wise game, we are told. Ooh. The word wise is not something you often see used in regards to a video game. But I'm not gonna argue. It most certainly isn't stupid. So there's that. Telegram is not free of censorship. Porn channels are banned on the iOS client. Well, so basically Apple can force Telegram to self-censor. And people were wondering why Durov was making such a fuss in regards to Apple. He was right. Apple is absolutely evil. And yeah, I wasn't smart enough. Should have made glass earlier, and now I won't get 5 stars on this level. Sad. What else? If Telegram gets more popular, Apple and Google would push for more censorship. Oh yeah, I guess they would. They will. They will. Yeah, let's not be naive. They will. But well, what can we do? I suppose it's the fault And yes, I can always find someone who's at fault, of people who just who made smartphones into the most important consumer devices of all time for all people. So the two companies that control the smartphones control the universe. Actually, just consider this. Yeah, consider this. There, I don't think such anything. I don't think anything like that happened with home computers and their operating systems. But with smartphones, yeah, that's it. What's wrong with Jack and Mark? They can't be stupid. They can look. Jack and Mark and Sundar, I believe his name is. Well, they are the most powerful people in the world. They can do anything. They can be anything they want. No one's gonna stop them. So this decision of theirs was just horrible. Historically horrible. It's like, yeah, this shit is gonna be in the history books. And I have no idea, I just have no idea who's gonna be writing them. That's the scary thought. Okay, we understand who is on the wrong side of history, but who's gonna be writing history? Will it be the right side? No idea. So what else? Oh my god, my throat. So it have said that if Trump and his followers migrate to Telegram, Amazon, and other hosting providers, will just deplatform them like they did with Parler. Yes, that is quite likely. But, well, as I said, I would actually give money to Telegram. I would pay for Telegram if Telegram continues opposing this censorship bullshit. If Durov goes to create an independent network, and Telegram, well, it really is just a messenger, to be honest. It's not a full-fledged social network. But if that's gonna change, well, at least Durov is someone I can believe in. He can, if anyone can, I guess he can do this. So yes, Telegram used Amazon servers to evade Russian blocking attempts. Indeed. And now Amazon is, well, let's just say, turned out to be just as evil as Roskomnadzor. So that's sad. Well, what else do you say? The smartphones are a necessity nowadays, so to speak. Partially so, yes, but there are still ways with Android phones to just walk around. There are ways to work around the monopolistic bullshit of Google, because the Android system allows it. So that's a way. But so many people are hooked on iPhones. Are they willing to just give away their freedoms just to have a phone that's more shiny and hip? Guess they are. Assassin's Creed 1 basically tells players to question everything and have pity and understanding for your enemies. Of course it's wise. Much wiser than Assassin's Creed 2 for sure. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Assassin's Creed 2 was such a downgrade in terms of the scenario, the script, the messaging. I honestly was shocked by the end of Assassin's Creed 2, and I was writing a review for it. It's just... Assassin's Creed should have ended with 1. Navalny actively condemns the anonymous Kremlin Telegram channels. Well, so? He never pushes for their removal. Of course they should be condemned. It's like, come on, both Kremlin propaganda and, I don't know, Nazism. Let's go there. Let's go there. They should be condemned. So that if there are some Nazi channels, yeah, great, we can condemn them. We don't push for their censorship. Same with Kremlin bullshit. People who push for censorship are the censors. They are the dictators, basically. What Mark and Jack are doing is absolutely no better than what Putin is doing. Yeah, sure, they don't have the power of the state to do, I don't know, to physically remove you. But that's about it. It's like, if they could, they probably would. Yeah, it's like... Again, I want to remind you of that great social ad campaign about piracy. You wouldn't download a car? Bitch, if I could, I would. So, yeah. You go back in time to 2000, into your younger self, your actions. I don't know, masturbate. Seriously, what are my actions? What can I do? I can give myself some advice, shit. Don't be an asshole. I don't know, but it's something you learn. You can't. Seriously, it's not an advice that you give, right? It's something you learn. You learn to be a better person. You learn not to be an asshole. If you ask about whether I would do some things differently, I have no idea, because I don't think I have that much of control over my life. Wrong wording. It's that there isn't much I can change. So I don't think it would be too much different. I mean, if current me goes back to 2000, I guess I'll just I'll start writing better articles early on. I don't know. I will not waste time on things I've wasted time on. I would probably... It's just a matter of using my experience to be a better person and do better things, but it's not about doing something terribly different. I mean, just, yeah, it's a great question, by the way, but in terms of... Yeah, great question. Like, it's 2020 to 2021, okay? And the question is, you go back in time 20 years, and what would you do? What would you change? And you think back and you realize that for this 20 years, if you're into politics, right? There hasn't been a single time when you could have changed anything. there was never a point where you could get into politics and be a force for good, because the good never ever had a chance to do anything. Well, I mean, Svetov probably considers differently. I mean, he always rambles about 2011, but I'm not sure. I'm a pessimist. And I'm not sure if I would have taken this responsibility upon myself to try to change anything there, to do anything differently. I probably wouldn't. So yeah, it's a terrible thought, by the way, just to go back 20 years and realize that there is not really that much you could have done. Yeah. Sad. So, Durov said that Telegram will have monetization in 2021. Yeah, some sort of ad bullshit. I'm not sure if it's anything substantial. But yeah, good point. Won't be able to monetize shit if all big hosting providers and advertisers boycott Telegram. Yes. And if it comes to that, I honestly don't know where we are going, because if all the big companies are on the same side, pretty much no one will be able to oppose them. But, well, but if anyone can try to build anything resembling alternative internet, yeah, Durov can, Telegram can. Because so far, well, yeah, I guess he has to pay for servers and the like, but I do suppose that, yeah, Amazon web hosting is a huge deal, but I do believe it is possible to build alternatives with the same basic functionality. So maybe someone will do that. Maybe right now there isn't that much of a holy shit, what's the word? Demand. There isn't much demand for alternatives because Amazon is cheap and great and everyone uses it. It's reliable. But as long as it stops being reliable, as it has already shown with Parler, I do believe that the demand for hosting provider that will not deplatform you and that will stand for free speech, I believe it will increase, and maybe we'll get somewhere. Today is Achim's birthday. You mean today is the birthday of a dog named Balze? And just to let that sink in, Assassin's Creed 2 widely considered as superior to AC1 in every aspect, especially on scenario level. Yeah, I will never understand that. If you go back to my apocryph about video game scenarios, I explicitly mention Assassin's Creed 1 there, because it's a rare thing. It's a rare thing for a AAA game to go there, where Assassin's Creed 1 went. And the fact that people praise that, sad. Do you think your past self would believe your advice? Oh, I don't know. I am me. I am myself. Why would I not believe myself? I haven't really, to be honest, I haven't changed that much visually for the past 20 years. So I'm feeling good. Thanks for asking. Invest in Bitcoins. Yeah, actually, yes. Actually, yes. You know, I've had a couple of small Bitcoin donations throughout the years, and I've checked how much they are worth now, and I have a very, very small sum of Bitcoin, and holy mother of fuck, I did not expect to see that much. And I'm not sure now is a good time to go in, because, well, it is worth a lot. Just a lot right now. And maybe it's a bad idea to buy something when it's at the peak of its value. I'd bet on Leicester City winning the English Premiership and get rich. Well, yeah, that, I mean, everyone would do that. Like, bet on something that's already happened. Yeah, actually, that's a bad idea. It's what can I say? That kind of behavior is default for anyone who can go back in time and just take the opportunity of you knowing what's gonna happen. Right? It's like same. It's the same with bitcoins, and it's the same with betting. So it's not an interesting answer. No beautiful Russia or the future for your kids, just miserable life and inglorious end. Ah, beautiful end. Okay. Assassin's Creed Power 1. Never. Assassin's Creed has turned into an endless soap opera that I have absolutely no desire, and I have absolutely no desire to waste my time on it. So what's the point of being pessimistic and writing everything is bad and everything is worse kind of text, if nothing was up to you in the first place? Interesting question. Well, there is always a point in just in writing something, because if you don't write that, people who don't realize that will never realize that. And we don't want that. We want people to understand what's happening. We want people to understand where it all went wrong, and what is wrong, and how we can fix it. So yeah, without people understanding what is bad and how we got here, it is pretty much impossible to fix anything. So yeah, so there. What's your opinion on misleadingly pronounced words like Worcestershire and Leicester? Oh, and Salisbury. And oh my god, I can't. I always want to ask, like, dear English-speaking people, what's wrong with you? Can't you be normal? Yeah, it's like, again, in that meme where the mom asks, can't you be normal, and her kid just does autistic screeching. I don't know. Is it hard to just pronounce it the way it's written? Well, yeah, it's a bad question. I do realize we live in Russia where nothing ever is pronounced the way it's written. And как слышится, так и пишется is a meme mocking those who actually do something like that. Do not destroy tracks. So yeah, I would prefer English people not to follow in the Frenchies' footsteps. I would prefer that they didn't like swallow half of the words for no good reason. So yeah, just to take responsibility of yourself and blame them. Well, no. Whoever is in power, whoever is in charge, is always to blame. It's like it is. How should I put it? It's just the most basic thing. If you're in charge, if you have power, then you have responsibility. That's it. If you have none, well, you're not responsible for anything. Yeah, sure, you can criticize inaction, okay, but generally, for the last 20 years, pretty much no one in Russia had the opportunity to decide, well, anything. It was never up to us, so and again, if there was a way to make powers in Russia change, right, to change something in Russia, then it would be on us to exact that change. That change was never a possibility. That option was taken from us this entire time. So no, politically wise, we've been fucked since the beginning. You talk with people on Twitter. Did you ever feel like help anyone to realize something? No idea. I mean, most people on Twitter don't actually talk. They mostly just like. Surely there are cases when I engage in a debate, and I hope that people who I debate with actually see my points and maybe realize that my points have some merits. But oh my god. I'm not sure if anyone ever, goes to you and says, "Today I've learned a lot and it's all thanks to you." I don't think that is something that can possibly happen. So, anyway, let's see. A random thought: if the burning of Lakeview Hotel in Silent Hill 2 is just a transition from the Otherworld Hotel to Real World Hotel set by Masahiro Ito, then Angela walking into the fire is signifying that she's staying in the other world, not returning to reality like James. Well, sure, maybe. And so what? It's like, well, Angela is portrayed as someone who has given up. That's her entire point. And fucking hell, my fuck. And James, well, hasn't until, well, at least until the ending. So Worcestershire sounds like shite. Can't argue with that. Belarusian is close to, yeah, to spelling things the way they are heard. And yeah, it doesn't look too good, to be quite honest. So in Georgian it's precisely like that, 100%. Well, that's good. And actually, well, in Japanese I would, what the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? Whatever. Just not gonna finish this level. I tried. Russian spelling is much superior to the English one. You can read any word just by looking at it. While English, if I just write bow, how do you even pronounce it without context? Implying it can be bow, right? It can be bow and it can be bow. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, pronunciation in English is absolutely horrible. I mean, written English is incredibly easy, and the only thing to, well, there are like basically just two things that can be hard in written English: tenses and irregular verbs. Everything else is just, I don't know, it's just very straightforward. In Russian, yes, you can read the word and understand it at least, and that's good. And actually, the point you're making, I think, is why I'm so pissed about Japanese. So in Japanese, it's always written as it is spoken, right? There are no irregularities, aside from some local dialects, but I'm not going in there. So, but the writing system is just plain terrible, because first of all, the same syllable can mean like 10 different meanings, and you will need to have context to even try to understand it. And even if you can read and infer the meaning of the word from its kanji, you probably, well, you're liable to make a mistake just pronouncing it. Because every kanji has like three different pronunciation, and those fuckers just swap it on them on the fly. And that is absolutely horrible. I don't know how such a convoluted thing can exist. I have no idea why that would even happen. So in English, the problem is that there are multiple ways to pronounce, the same letters, and there are different words that are written the same and pronounced different, and they have different meanings. That is not okay. but at least those words are, well, exceptions, unlike the Japanese language, where they are pretty much the rule. Do you think Putin or Jack can actually make 100 turn and do things right? Well, how should I put it? They have the power. They can. Will they? No, they will not. Speaking of languages, that's that's actually a great point. Like the same word in Russian and in English. The word может in Russian is actually several different words in English that recontextualize it in different ways and in meaningful ways, right? It's like, so a boy talks to a girl and says, "Hey, can I have sex with you?" And she answers, "Yeah, well, you can." "Can you?" "Yeah, you can." "May you?" "No, you may not." And that's the whole point, right? So can Putin or Jack make things right? They can, like anytime. They snap their fingers and they make things right. Will they do that? No, I don't think they will. They've demonstrated everything to the contrary. In Russian, you cannot be sure about emphasis. Yes, and is "e" makes the consonant soft or not? Wait a second. I thought "yeah" in Russian always makes consonants soft. No, yeah, I realized. Okay, but that's easy. But that's easy. It doesn't make the consonant soft only if it is not a Russian word. It's like if it's something you would write in katakana, then it is probably not soft. Oh yeah, Goof does indeed often remind me that I have been a catalyst of his transformation into a splendid young man, a gentleman and a scholar and a connoisseur. And I'm always glad to hear it, but it's not something you do hear often enough. So I don't think anyone else said that. Articles are tough because there's no equivalent in Russian. Well, but yeah, I mean, you just have to remember that almost every noun in English requires an article, and you can easily infer which kind of article that there should be. There isn't, I mean, that many to choose from. Any, the, that, yeah, that's basically it. Other people you could thank for teaching you something, except for Sonin with his business lunch thing. My fucking god, you actually remembered that. No, that's hilarious. Oh well, shit. well, there are people in my early days on the internet who basically taught me how to argue, and most prominent of them was actually a black guy, and well, I could say that he was my senpai in a sort. And with me arguing on the internet, well, it led to pretty much everything that I do. So there's that. And I guess I should thank again Sviatov for his political speeches, because I was quite a lefty a few years back, and then I started to realize that the lefty views were kind of wrong and contradictory and didn't really work, and he was pretty instrumental in shaping my political views. It was way before he got on YouTube, because I've known him personally for like 15 years. So yeah, I don't think I am that influenced by people, so I'm not sure if I have someone else to thank. And yeah, I'm 5 minutes behind chat, but let's see. Durov said, yes, the Apple Google duopoly poses a much bigger problem for freedoms than Twitter. Apple is the more dangerous of the two because it can completely restrict which apps you use, while on Android you can install self-hosted apps as APKs. Yeah, but that's actually the point I wanted to make, because yeah, Apple is like the absolute evil, but I'm not sure how many people would go out of their way to actually install those APKs. I have a feeling that people are terribly lazy and afraid of anything they don't understand, and just, well, plain stupid. I mean, they're using smartphones. Come the fuck on, smartphones. They are playing on these pieces of shit, playing games, wasting billions of dollars. They wouldn't do that if they were smart. Here I go again, right? Anyway, I doubt it. I am pretty sure that Fortnite has been available as an APK ever since all that debacle, I think the word is, and I think its consumer base just shrank terribly. So if people can't go back to Fortnite just by going to Epic Games site and just by grabbing the game there and enjoying it as usual, right? If they don't do that, I don't think they will do that for freedom of speech or whatever. So that is very sad. So again, right, like, can people do that? Yeah, they can. Will they? Unsure. As for iOS, we are working on a feature-rich web app which will run in Safari. Yeah, that's actually it. So what I began with is, so I think smartphones are terrible, and I prefer to do anything and everything from web browser, from desktop PC, and I would implore most people to do the same. And most things that are available from apps are pretty much like, from what I understand, the functionality of those apps is often just absolutely the same as the websites of those services, whatever. So why not just use browser and a website? Your browser can handle anything and everything. It can handle, I don't know, Slack. It can handle Zoom. It can handle Telegram. It can do anything. So if people just switched back to the things that were working at the time where the web was free, maybe we can get somewhere. But will they? So oh, there weren't any messages in the past 5 minutes, it seems. Weird, if so. Yeah, maybe people are just tired. I've been going for like 4 hours, and we all have to get up early tomorrow, and yeah, I understand. Actually, just admit, Genshin is best MMO and best RPG. No, well, first of all, it's not really an MMO. There is not a persistent online world with multiple players in it. There just isn't. And yeah, so then again, it's not an RPG. And my God, I am so fucking done with people. I mean, those double standards. I mean, when I write that Genshin Impact is an absolutely crappy RPG, and it's like it's crappy from however you look at it, people go and tell me that I suck and that it's great. And then along comes Cyberpunk, and I write, well, it may fail in a lot of regards, but the stuff that you expect to have in an RPG, well, it's mostly there aside from non-linearity. But then again, don't we know that there are Japanese RPGs with no non-linearity, so we can be fine with that, right? No way, you fuckers! What the fuck is that? Cyberpunk is not an RPG. Final Fantasy VII is not an RPG, and Yakuza, what the fuck? It's not an RPG. It's what the fuck, you morons! You don't know anything about games. And then they go on to praise Genshin Impact. Fuck me. I just can't. I can't. It's like you write something bad about a game, and I was used to it. I was used to, like, I criticize a game people love, and then they just they group up, and then they start shouting that I suck, and I hate games, and why are you even fucking here, right? And then when I point out the games that were actually good, and then when I start saying, look, this game is good for these reasons, and we appreciate this game for these reasons, and look, I can also recommend this one, they are also unhappy. The people are never fucking happy for like anything. It's bizarre. The more years pass, the more intense this shit gets, and I don't know. The future looks bleak. No, I do realize that you are kidding, but I just realized it, right? Because I just recently I went to check comments under my article about the best RPGs of the year, and I actually agree with the rest of our team that Cyberpunk and Final Fantasy VII Remake and Yakuza 7 were pretty great. They were good. I mean, those are the RPGs in 2020 that you can enjoy, that you should play. My God, there was so much hate. And then I realized that Yeah, Genshin is an RPG too, and there was hate for criticizing it, and I don't know where we're going, but it's not pretty. Just started Disco Elysium, 10 hours so far. Actually, I find it weird that you would start Disco Elysium right now, because there is an updated Director's Cut version coming in like 3 months. So, yeah, I don't know why you would do that, but okay, good. I'm actually, yeah. See, I make a lot of plans for this year, but I'm absolutely planning to revisit Disco Elysium. I'm not sure if I will be playing it in Russian. I am undecided. I normally wouldn't want that, but maybe I should. Don't know. Don't know. So yeah, actually, and a lot of, you know what, when Disco Elysium was out, you know what people were saying? It has no battle system, so it's not an RPG. It's probably like, you know, a quest or a visual novel or something. So, yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. The problem is that, you know, if non-linearity is something you're looking for, I'm not sure Disco Elysium's gonna. It's not it isn't really non-linear, but it does provide a lot of options of expressing yourself, and that is really great. No other game has ever given you as much options of expressing yourself as Disco Elysium has. And I do believe that is really important, because non-linearity can often lead to you just not seeing like half of the content of the game. So in Cyberpunk, I hated Johnny, and I just made him go away and finish the game without him, and the game felt absolutely incomplete. And for Disco Elysium, well, it is linear. You hit all the same points in your investigation, but who will your character be while hitting those points? That's the question that's addressed to you, and you have a lot of options, and that's great. That's really great. And honestly, I mean, it's not that much of a. I think adding all those options to Disco Elysium was not as hard and time consuming as most things you would see in like a AAA game. So Disco Elysium just showed us what games could be, or maybe even should have been all along. It's not like these guys invented anything. It's not like people couldn't create things like this. They always could. They just didn't want to. Alrighty, let's finish up. Don't know if anyone suggested you this, but what do you think about watching some episodes of Dandy new reality TV show on stream someday? Oh, that's actually a fine idea. That's actually a very fine idea, because we have just now finished reading video game magazines from the 90s. So the point is, we're not going back there anymore. Once we go into the 2000s, well, that era is closed. So I suppose before we start reading any more magazines, we could have a little flashback stream and check out Suponev, and I will tell everyone that I hated him, and everyone will start hating me. Yeah, yeah, I absolutely think that's a great idea. We definitely should do that. Maybe not right now because I still gotta go back to old video games. I haven't played them for too long. But we will. We will. Disc Elysium is not as time consuming as long as I can play it laying on the couch. On the couch? Uh, you be careful with your words. If you are laying on a couch, that's lewd. Recently, I've just got the strongest desire to play Disc Elysium again, but then I remember that there will be a new version. Yeah, yeah. So I'm really waiting for it. I'd like to see new content. I'd like to play a new route and maybe check out the Russian localization that's been hyped so much, as anything Elfina does. Pixel Devil's new reality streams were awesome, but he doesn't want to watch them, so let's do this. Okay. I'm not sure if we should just, watch throughout the entirety of the show, but I think a couple of streams should be good. And maybe, actually, I believe yesterday it was suggested that we watch some political ads from the 90s. Yeah, yeah. So, for Wednesdays, first we finish the Soviet cartoons, then we go and play some games, actually remember what it's like to play some old games. And then we should probably just skip to, the 90s video games shows and maybe even some funny ads. I think it would be fun. I think 90s is an incredible era in terms of just culture. Scary in a lot of ways, but also interesting in a lot of ways. Aren't things always bad? Well, current events feel like worst. 9/11, 2008 crisis, etc. Things just get worse and worse while getting better somehow in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, you could say that, but well, how should I put it? Some things get better, like the way of life is definitely the way of life. My God, that's not the right quality of life, right? Quality of life. Our quality of life is getting better, like progressively, let's say. Because I couldn't imagine, 10 years ago, you probably couldn't imagine that you could spend an entire year locked up in your room while working, live streaming for the entire world, whoever wants to watch, and getting food deliveries right to your door and just not giving a fuck about anything, right? So that's better. I mean, in that sense, life is getting better. However, there's a question of culture. Yeah, the word is always culture. So in case of our country, we basically had to start from scratch when perestroika began. It was horrible, it was ugly, it was really scary to think about, but somehow we got to the point where we could produce decent culture. We were going in the right direction. That's the most important thing. What is progress? Progress is going in the right direction. And I believe that for a while Russia was going in the right direction. And then after like 2011, that's it. I mean, the state went absolutely mad, and we've begun to have a decade of скрепы and shit. And that's not progress, that's horrible degradation, and everyone who is susceptible to that propaganda is, well, culturally lost to us and is pulling the country back. And there certainly is a lot of good, there are lots of good people. There are still well, I mean, it's not all lost, right? But the state has become the force that actively participates in culture. The state was not involved in culture for like 20 years, and that was the time where we had some sort of progress. We could be better right now, could have been better right now as a country if our state did not go bananas. But it did. So even though our quality of life is, well, somewhat better, because once again, when our state went bananas, our economy sank. And without all the crap that's happened in 2014, maybe we would be like twice as rich as we are now, because, well, you know, the ruble sank and it's not going back. It's not recovering, and it's not gonna. And everything became more expensive. Life became a bit worse. So in terms of politics, and in terms of culture, and in terms of economy, it's all gotten worse. Sure, I mean, not everything is bad, but a lot of things are bad. And if you look at the West, well, there was progress for a lot of time. I mean, as I've talked about yesterday, I believe in the 90s, Christians and just die-hard Christians, censorious Christians, had a lot of say in the United States politics. But by the time Obama was elected, first time, they were just gone. I mean, that's it. 2008 was the turning point. Up to 2008, it was okay. And Obama was just the pinnacle of progress. People have elected a black man as a president of the United States. That's it. The progress has won. Everything was great. But then for his second term, Obama has picked a completely different rhetoric. If for the first term he was going with hope, change, and we can do better, America is great, and all that, for his second term he just went with anyone who disagrees with me is racist. America is racist. It's all horrible. And that's when it all began. I mean, this whole intersectional warfare of everyone against everyone, of the suppression Olympics, this resegregation of people. I mean, how can you say it hasn't gone downhill? It has. I mean, just the climate, the culture climate in the US, it's horrible. It's bizarre. Like 10 years ago, it wasn't like this. But right now, it's just it's a civil war, just without a spark to ignite it. And yeah. So I suppose I could say that again, in some ways, well, I don't know. Video games have gotten better. indie games have learned how to effectively compete with AAA games. But we've lost a lot. That's it. Yeah, so what I'm saying is you should always have a point of reference. Point of reference. Like, when were things good? I don't know, 2005 to 2008. I would say that was, I would say that was okay. That was okay, both in Russia and in the US. And then it just, it all went to hell. So yeah, my point is I'm old enough to remember when people in Russia weren't exactly being jailed for likes in social networks. I'm old enough to remember there being no censorship on the internet. I'm old enough to remember there being no divide between men and women, white and black. I do remember people like coexisting normally, naturally. I remember, that's my favorite example, the Russian band Tattoo, who weren't, of course, lesbians, but they pretended to be, and that was their entire shtick. And people loved them. That was progress. Now we only have regress. And that's it. Do you think people on the left would be more chill if Hillary won? Oh, that's an interesting question. Would they be more chill? I suppose they would be more chill. They would have no one in power to fight. Nobody to, rebel against. They would certainly have their straw man, like white supremacists, that would be, I don't know, anywhere and everywhere, but at least they wouldn't be in the White House. I suppose they would be more chill, yes, but it would be still just a powder keg, and the unheard part of the population, the potential Trump supporters, they would still be marginalized, they would still be unheard. It would probably blow up later, not as soon as what happened under Trump, because Trump is igniting everything just by himself, but I think that as soon as the cult of social justice had taken root in American culture, mainstream culture, I don't know, this civil war-like situation became inevitable. It's like it's an idea pathogen, as Professor Gadsad puts it. It's just an idea that's a parasite that is entering your culture and just dismantles it from within. It's quite horrible, and I see no way out. Just as I see no way out for Russia under Putin. Just as there hasn't been any way out for the past 20 years. There's only one pizza delivery where I live. How to go to a grocery store to buy makaroshki and хлебушек. Sad. But yeah, well, I don't know. I heard of, I don't know, delivery club working in big cities across Russia, like Tyumen. So I remember the feeling when you believe in a better future. Yes. I remember, yeah, that feeling. Yeah, I can tell you that it was naive, of course, but when Putin actually left the president's post, the president's, I don't know, armchair, the president's throne, and ceded it to, okay, that was his kohai, his best friend or whatever, but at least he left. And at least Medvedev, when he came to power, he came with promises of liberal reforms and I don't know, let's go digitize everything, we're gonna be progressive and great and European and all that. And how quickly it all turned to shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that's in 2008 was the last time I was at least somewhat optimistic for Russian politics, because as I've always said, it's not that important who is in power, it's important that the power changes hands. Even if Putin's friends were in power for a while, at least if there was some sort of rotation there, it would have been all right. But then when they just announced that they would switch places back in 2011, that was the death toll, I don't know, for Russia. That's when I started being politically active, because that was it. That was it. I mean, in 2011, it became apparent that we're all fucked, and it will always get worse. And as for American politics, I don't know. I just didn't really follow them until I suppose 2016, because Trump was such an interesting candidate. So I've started watching his debates and such, and it was very amusing the way he behaved himself. It's like if you watched his right before his supporters stormed Capitol, he gave a speech, and like, can you imagine sitting president like giving a speech to millions of his supporters and saying bullshit? I mean, that's just, you don't see that normally. And yeah, he was great like that. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm not sure if we will ever see anything as interesting as Trump again, because I think everyone has learned their lessons, and no one's ever gonna allow anything like Trump to happen again. So let's wrap this up. Look at India, people. They're finally starting to use toilets. Progress. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Do you think things actually were good? Maybe you were just young and careless. No, that's the thing. Actually, that's the thing. You could allow yourself to be careless back then. Imagine being careless right now. You're going to prison if you like a wrong post in our social network. Imagine living in the US and, stating your support for the president. Yeah, that would be careless, wouldn't it? That's the thing. You could be careless. You could be like anything back then. And there were no repercussions for that. Now there are. And besides, yeah, well, I do think things actually were good, because there was just No, I don't know. People weren't at each other's throats back then. They are now. I'm waiting for a counterculture so bad that everybody would have a chance for freedom of speech without a fear of being censored. I'm not sure about that. I mean, imagine, like Trump gets out of office and he says, well, I know that 70 million people want to be heard, want to be platformed, and want to live freely. And I don't know, I'm building my own, like everything, processing method. Even if Trump builds like his own everything, which he will not ever do, but you do realize that the rest of the big corporations will just, I don't know, will declare that anathema. And anyone who supports or subscribes to that will be excommunicated from life. So I'm not even sure if counterculture can arise when stuff like this happens. I mean, I wouldn't be tweeting like mad this past couple days if I weren't alarmed, seriously alarmed by what is happening. I don't see a way out. Any counterculture right now is going to be destroyed thoroughly. Reminds me that I love the word naivety. It's French. I don't approve of French. There were also negotiations about visa-free tourism with the EU. Yes. I think the moment when Putin snapped was 2006, when he gave his Munich speech. But yeah, that's, again, we have the West partially to blame for that too, because in his first years, Putin was, of course, he was consolidating his power. He was building this verticality of power. He was doing a lot of horrible things, but at least he was trying to be open to unity with the Europe, and it wasn't reciprocated. So after a few years of trying, he snapped, and here we go, Soviet Union 2.0. I mean, had the European leaders been more forthcoming, maybe Russia would have been completely different. Maybe there wouldn't be any Abkhazia or South Ossetia or Crimea or Donbass or all of that. Likely wouldn't. It's very bad. So very bad. And it wasn't that bad. And we do and we should remember the time when it wasn't that bad. A man and a woman. Do you have opinion on Solzhenitsyn? No. Well, I mean, I've read some short story of his, and I don't understand what he's about. I was just never really interested in details and particulars to actually read his stuff. well, I guess his works are important because who else would write about the gulags? And the world needs to know about the gulags. Again, now more than ever, the world needs Solzhenitsyn. Because, as we all know, the United Socialist States of America are very open to the idea of communism and are very friendly with China. So it's all very bad. Yeah, the end of the stream is kind of grim, but there we go. I mean, I'm just answering your questions, and here we come. Here we come. Just die. Yeah, I don't know if Solzhenitsyn is an okay writer or not. I haven't really bothered with him that much. So anyway, yeah, I think we should wrap this up. I see there are less and less people online. I think it was pretty fun. Well, I guess fun is not the right word to describe what I was saying for a while, but switching to English was good, and I think I've kind of, I don't know, it feels all right. Feels all right to go like this. Maybe we can repeat this again. Well, not in like 2 years, but maybe in 2 months. We'll see about that, right? I mean, we've talked about food, we've talked about life and politics and shit, but yeah, I think it was quite all right. Good practice for you, maybe as well. Yeah, maybe for you too. I mean, and well, that's it. Well, what isn't it? Parlor CEO says service dropped by every vendor and could end his business. Parlor CEO Mark Matze said today that his company have been dropped by virtually all of their business alliances after Amazon, Apple, and Google ended their agreements with the social media service. Every vendor, from text message services to email providers to our lawyers, all ditched us on the same day. Well, yeah, there we go. I mean, you shouldn't doubt that I'm serious when I say that this is probably the worst moment in American history, at least, yeah, since 9/11. Not the quote-unquote insurrection, but this big tech insurrection is what it should be called. And there are, not only there are people who are cheering for that, but the people who are cheering for that are the vocal majority, because it is becoming actively not okay to express dissenting opinion. It's gonna get worse and worse. Okay.
THX for the English stream that was awesome.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. And yeah, I guess I will do it again. unforeseeable, so to say, future. Well, yeah, that's it. So live your lives while you still can. Yeah. So thanks to you and thanks to me, and well, I will see you all on Thursday evening. We will watch some cartoons and chat. Thanks a lot. See you later. Bye bye. Oh, sorry, I said Tuesday. Oh, Wednesday. That's just me short circuiting. On Wednesday, 9 p.m. Wednesday. Thank you. See ya.